Okay, we good? We are good. That's right. You got it. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. You guys see what's up there? I don't care. I'm taking credit. I don't care. I'm taking a bit of credit. Yeah, right. You being serious? Don't you kid me, man, because I won't group with you anymore. I am not the person you mess around. I am not the person you mess around with this game. I'm telling you. Was it you? Were you part of it? No, man. Me neither. Me neither. I'm taking credit, though. I don't care. I'm taking some of it. I'm taking some of it. A little bit of it, but I'm taking it. Ain't nobody out here pushing this game as hard as I am. That is so good. So good. So good. I mean, really, I can just show the haters where the door is now. I could just, people come in and want to hate. I'm just like, the door's over there. See you later. I got I got faith, man. I got faith. I'm sitting on top of that pyramid. I wouldn't be doing this for as long as I have if I didn't have faith. Like, I got it covered. I ain't game jumping. I've been here the whole time. I mean, I can't say that. I might play other games, but I'm just saying for right now, yeah. What do you mean, did they fix something? My stamina's wiggling. Is that stamina trying to regen? It is. It's trying to regen as it counts down, because we don't have any buffs. Yeah, look, every 6 seconds or something, it bobs up. Right on. You're getting there. Well, how do I level my throwing? Well, it's 1 of 102. I mean, look for stuff. Quite possibly. That would work. I'm half tempted to start pulling some random weaker weapons out of the bank just to get my skills up. My skills are lacking, man. The only skills I have up there are for weapons. Hand to hand is 100 of 102. Thanks, geckos. Yay. Sword is 102. So just sword. So the person who uses all the weapons in the game, and I only have one weapon that's maxed, and that's sword. Well, there's what, 4 of us right now? Let me see who else is on. Yeah. Let's go who all. Let's do that. Just to the left of the gate on the wall. Nobody on at the moment. Curse you, monsters and memories. Taking all these people. You want to start here? Or you want to go over the other side? Start here? Okay. Okay. Come on. Man, I am so uncomfortable today. I was using a standing desk yesterday for the first time. And, man, I got this pain in my left hip. Dude, I can't figure out what's going on. It is unpleasant. And the only thing I've done is a standing desk, so I'm assuming that had something to do with it. Probably, 6.5 hours. Nope. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm gonna give it another day, and then I'm gonna try it like at maybe an hour at a time. Oh yeah. Waiting on people, you got... we might have a spot, Andre. Who you got again? Who were you on? Was it your Dire Lord? I don't remember. Dire Lord? Yeah, why not? Bring him. He's around 30, right? I got a fifth for us. Sure, sure. Okay, man. When you're in zone, let me know. What is your tune's name? I know we're on friends list, right? Gronthar. Okay, gotcha. Nope, they're attacking the goblin. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Well, he doesn't like Pen. What'd you do, Pen? You did something. I am so ecstatic, man. These guys got some money. That's fantastic. I'm going to be talking about that for a while now. Yeah. It is definitely hype. I just downloaded it. I'm going to give it a shot. I made a druid. Hey, fantastic. Druid's a great class. You got heals. You got run speed to traverse the zones. You've got damage shields. You got a cool tree. And then, of course, I'm taking a little credit. I don't know how much credit, but I'm taking a little credit. I is feared. Dudes, we're gonna get a better game than we've been hoping we were gonna get the last 10 months now. Dude, that is fantastic. What a win. I'm telling you, man, I work in mysterious ways, and I'm going to say this. I'm on record, and you can find half a dozen VODs in the last couple of months, where I have said that if I won the lottery up here, meaning millions, I would put a significant amount of money towards the game. Now, a significant amount of money has been put towards the game, and since I have such a footprint with this game, technically, if a psychologist were to diagnose this, I'm the reason the money came in. Oh, I see ya. Yeah, yeah, I see ya. Yeah, yeah. Come back here. We'll pull 4 goblins, and then he can run straight to us. Had an ad. So yeah, funny how that works, eh? Those ads, pesky ads. It's almost like Amazon is a company and has to make a bit of money. That's crazy. Well, the inspiration for this game is EverQuest, WoW, and Vanguard. Just so you know, I don't know what your gaming history is, but if you played EverQuest, World of Warcraft, or Vanguard, this could be your jam. I've been playing this a long time. I've been playing it non-stop. This is my 7th warrior. I'm in it to test it, to win it, to make sure the game is what I would like to see for when it launches. And I can't seem to stop playing. I've met a lot of people. I've grouped with most of the current server. This is a heavily social game, though, so keep that in mind. Did I see the news? Look at the top of the screen, my friend. All that glorious white text. You can ignore the second line. The top line's the important part. The second part's just for humor. Do the thing. Oh. I'm telling you, man, there's other creators and streamers out there, but there's nobody. Yeah. There's nobody who's put as much work as I have into this game, getting it out there to people. That's right. Oh, I'm gonna make what are they called? NFTs. I'm gonna make an NFT called the Crush Coin. I'm not gonna do that. I don't have the effort to do that. Although I will say I was tooting my own horn because I do a voice work and audiobook narration, and I was telling these guys here that I just discovered one of the books I had done back in August has 23 5-star reviews. It's pretty good. All about the performance. It surprised me. Just so I've been told I have a voice for fiction. So, like, as far as fantasy and that goes, it's not really something I've dabbled into. I've done a couple of, I don't know if you want to call them, I'll call them romance novels just to be polite. Nobody will ever hear about them. They're under pseudonym, or pseudonyms. But I did that. I wasn't that big of a fan, but I started doing self-help stuff, and people are telling me that I have a voice that people will listen to when it comes to learning about real life. So I kind of lean right now towards the self-help biography type stuff as opposed to the fantasy and romance. I mean, I may jump into it at some point, but authors get really picky with how many different voices they want, how many accents they want, this, that, and the other thing. You get 4 chapters in and somebody tells you that the rogue is actually an Irish, German, something rather, and you're just like, what? I just did 12 hours of it. No, I don't. No, I'm not dealing with that. So. Yeah. Well, what? Yeah, having run raids the last like 20 years, but also in my real life work and whatnot. So, just to give you a couple, just to give you a couple funny stories. So I have a big working history with the banks, uh, and I've worked with a couple of the banks up here. Well, one of the banks, I worked in their online center, so I did a lot of telephone stuff, a lot of online communication, that sort of thing. This is going back 2006, I want to say. Anyhow, okay. Oh, did you leave the group? Okay, so yeah, so I would get so at my place of work, there's the front line, which is us, and then we have what's called quality assurance, or some people might call it quality care or client care. So if a customer calls in and they are really not happy and you can't do anything for them, you're supposed to move them on to the higher up so that you can continue doing your job. Well, my higher ups used to come over to me and laugh all the time because I had customers that would stay on the phone just to talk to me. We can't talk about general stuff. Like I'm there to do my job. We do the banking, get them off the phone, etc. So customers would make up questions for their banking just to keep me on the phone. I would have people talk about my voice over the phone for 15, 20 minutes. My quality care and my managers know that if a customer's doing banking, you can't get rid of them. You have to service whatever it is they're looking for. So these people would find times to call back, hope to get me, or ask to be transferred to me just to talk to me. And it was so annoying. But here's the thing. That led me, and again, it's going to sound, this just sounds so bad because it's going to sound like I'm bragging. It led me 3 years in a row of the 6 years I was there to top over 400 employees with customer service. I have awards in my nightstand that I've never looked at for, well, since 2007, whatever, for 3 years straight because I know how to talk to people. I don't know how else to say it. It sounds egotistical, but that's what it is. I know how to talk to. I used to have people when we used to run raids. I used to have people that would fall asleep. They wouldn't tell me that they would crawl in the bed, and they would listen to me talking to people about raid kills and planes of power and whatever the frig else we were doing. And they would, like, it's been a lifetime of it. I talk to my relatives on the phone, and they'll be like, you really should do something with your voice. Like back when we had the 976 numbers, for those who know, or the $2.99 a minute numbers. People used to tell me that I should be one of them, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that. But I've been getting compliments for most of my life, and I didn't really do anything. Oh, yep. And I didn't really do anything with it until like 2 years ago when I started to finally look at voiceover work and audiobook narration. But these reviews that are coming back, man, they got me. I'm gonna have to look at stuff when I'm done the stream tonight. I'll have to look over some books and see what's going on. Not many people stick around in there. Digging it so far? Hey, Giggle. Hey, Yezi. Glad to see you're still at it. Hey, you guys see the messages at the top of the screen? Read the message top of the screen, my friends. Read the messages. I am ecstatic, and I'm taking a bit of credit. It's not a lot, but I'm taking a bit of credit. I don't care. I'm taking a bit of credit. I am so excited. We are going to get a better game than we think we've been getting. Than we think we've been going to get for the last 10 months. This is a massive win for VR. Massive. Like haters. The door's over there. Right? Door's over there. See you later. Pen, I'm feeling deja vu, Pen. I'm feeling deja vu. What is going on here? Deja vu from like 10 minutes ago. I know. It's the heal thing. It's the same reason Essien gets aggro, or any healer gets aggro. It's something with your guys' heals, even if they don't affect the mobs. They generate some kind of AoE aggro when you heal somebody and the heal hits more than one person. I've noticed it for months. I don't know how they do it, but that's what's doing it. Do I have details on the funding? Yes. A group of individuals presented to Visionary Realms for a multi-million donation. They're in for multiple millions. It is, I yap a lot, and I'm speechless. They are going to be able to bring back so many people from VR and crush whatever they're doing, not to use a pun. It is fantastic. They will be, man, we may still get one continent for launch, but I promise you, whoever they bring on is going to be working on the other stuff. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Multi-million-dollar for Pantheon. We'll only have to pay half the going rate as well. What's going on, G? How you doing? Dudes, I'm ecstatic. I'm ecstatic. That's fantastic win for VR and everybody like me. That's what I will say. Everybody like me, this is a fantastic win. I was so ecstatic. I had so many people send me messages, get a hold of me this afternoon. Like, dude, there's a lot of us that are ecstatic. I just don't talk about them. They don't want me to. But there's a lot of players. There's a lot of people out there that send me messages, man, when stuff like this happens. It feels good. Whether or not VR looks my way or not, don't care. It still feels good. Wonder what Joppa's gonna have to say about it tomorrow. He's gotta be ecstatic. He's got to be ecstatic that he'll be able to get more, if not most, of the team back. Maybe even bring in some new people. But he's gotta be ecstatic. I mean, if it's a group of individuals that did the funding, there's a couple of options. They could be players. They could be guildmates. They could be people who came from other games, came into Pantheon, absolutely love it, and have the money behind them. We don't know. I can tell you it wasn't me. I wish. If I had multi-millions to give to the game, I would do that. I've already said that half a dozen times. I need this game to come out, period. I don't have as much care for all the other games that are being worked on right now. I don't care. This is my jam. I shouldn't say I don't care. They're just much lower on the list. When I come home and sit down and say to myself, I should play a different game tonight, and then I automatically start the Pantheon client without thinking, yeah, I have a problem. I'm not too concerned about aggro, Grant, so if you happen to get aggro, don't worry about it. Don't let off or anything. Just kill this stuff as quickly as we can. How are you guys in chat doing? What's going on? Anybody else as excited as me for the funding? I mean, we obviously won't learn the specifics, and even with putting the money towards bringing back team members and whatnot, nobody will probably tell us what's going on there either. Like I don't think anybody knows right now who's actively working for VR. So, I mean, quest lines are still coming out, so I know Ronik is still active. He's the quest dude. He's the dialogue person. Mine's already maxed. I feel disappointed. It's specifically from these guys. Okay, no AoEs. Goblins are attacking. Oh, what happened? My interrupt's down. The second you come out of fear, feign death. Because if you get aggro, that would help break it, right? See? No aggro. Anytime you get feared as a monk, you should always feign death when you come out of it if you're in an active area, just to be safe. And then if you have no aggro, you just stand up and come back. That's the way to look at it. Okay, we're down to Myrkins now. The Blade of Carnage. I wish I had a spear, but it'll do. Nope. No, I traded it to a rogue a few months back for a soot-caked blade on Krushnek because it wasn't dropping off the Ash Sentinel. And I don't know, I saw that he wasn't using it, and I kind of want it back as opposed to using the soot-caked blade because it's, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't do the same kind of damage the spear does. I still think the spear is best in slot, but I haven't seen them, and the only thing I could do is go try and get another one. I mean, I wouldn't mind killing, is it the Mage Lord that drops the Seafarer's Cutlass or whatever? I wouldn't mind getting that, or the Tide Master's Cutlass. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they took well, I was going to say they took the Blade of Carnage and almost turned it into a short sword of Ikesha. Yeah, come up. That Bruce Mez. So I just aggroed that Skeeter, I think. I think when this guy dies, the Skeeter's going to turn on us, just saying. It's going to split. So you can see down here, Dire stack Phantoms. This is how they get their threat. Once you have 10 stacks, the mob's pretty much locked to the Dire. You can try and pull aggro off, but the Dire will just get it back next turn. It's a bit of a twist on the Aegis system for the Paladin, for anybody who hasn't really seen too many Dire Lords in action. In this group, we're not really concerned about who's tanking, so whether the Dire pulls aggro, whether I'm tanking, it's not that big of a deal. We're perfectly fine. The cool thing is, these mobs here don't really pose much of an issue as far as positioning goes. We got a bone hex. Thank you. Now the problem is, that bone hex may aggro more people from the camp. Oh god, where are you going? Stop running. You're the lucky contestant tonight, man. Now, you have a Dire and a Warrior building aggro, and the Enchanter Pet still held it. They're ridiculous. They don't just need to be nerfed, they need to be utterly destroyed. This guy will run, so kitchen sink this guy. We'll get the brute. Oh, you got two brutes? Excuse me. Excuse me. This is interesting. He built 9 stacks of phantoms, didn't pull aggro. You got one on... Oh, never mind. Phantoms themselves aren't a threat builder. Are you sure? Building threat over time? That's what provoking phantoms does. That is their threat. By rank 10, they lock in aggro. More of a threat multiplier? If you want to pull hate, you build the stacks quicker by blowing more acid. Right, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, once you get 10 stacks of phantoms, you're pulling aggro regardless. Even if you're with a paladin, you guys will just end up fighting for aggro. That was funny, because we went to do Del Taco a few months back, and I watched paladins and Dire almost get into it with each other. they kept pulling aggro off each other. I just sat back and grinned. You could watch the aggro and tell Daedrus would be on the Paladin, and then switch to the Dire Lord, and then the next combat round get back on the Paladin, and then back to the Dire Lord. If the Dire Lord was called the tank, the Paladin would keep pulling aggro. If the Paladin was called the tank, the Dire Lord would keep pulling aggro. Nobody knew how to control their tune. I was loving it. But now, if you build phantoms and then change targets before the mob dies, you lose your phantoms, or does a portion of the phantoms transfer to the next target? If you cast phantoms on another target, it goes to that target and starts at 1. Okay, gotcha. But it falls off the previous, right? Like the Dire Lord has to focus on its current target if it wants to hold aggro through the whole fight? Right. And if a mob's close to being dead, it's probably safe to switch off and start building phantoms on the next target, right? And then let the group kill off the mob. Right, okay. Huh? What other place? You mean up top? I mean, we could always move up there and give it a whirl. We're all roughly around that level. That was hilarious. I've never seen it, and I don't think I'll see it again. You'll see. Right, gotcha. Well, thanks for stopping. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if do you read Pantheon news? Did you hear the news today about the new funding? They got a multi-million-dollar deal from a group of individuals. So we're going to get probably a much bigger VR team and a whole lot of content. Fingers crossed. Wasn't me. No, no, no. I'm taking a bit of credit, but Penn was the one that tried to pull it over on us earlier, saying he might have been one of the conglomerate. Hey man, we don't know each other, like none of us know each other that well personally. It could be, you know, a lot of people go online just to get rid of real life. So even if you were a multimillionaire, you could be Elon Musk with a voice changer for all I know. Oh, Strahowski, I think. Yeah. Dude, Chuck was a phenomenal show. All of them, and even, what was it, Adam Baldwin? Dude, fantastic. What a show. Yeah. I think My Name is Earl was around that same time also, if I'm not mistaken. And I think just before them, I think there was a show called Psych. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Psych, but Psych is absolutely hilarious. Dude, Psych was a diamond in the rough, man. Like, every episode at some point I was in stitches. I went back and triple watched every episode to find the pineapples. Yes. I played EQ2 just before I started streaming with a couple of people from Chill Mode, which is the EQ guild that I was in. And two of us had Bert and Guster, and Sean, what was his last name? I can't remember his last name. I was Bert and Guster, and he was, yeah, that's it. And he was Sean whatever. Bert and Guster was an erudite, and I think, what did Sean play? Oh, I can't remember what he played. Spencer, that's it. A mini what reunion? Oh, gotcha. And well, I think outside of the playtest, I think they're back in EQ, aren't they? I think they're doing EQ also. Yeah, but I just mean like the past month, past couple months. I think I've seen them grouped in EQ. I wish I could bring myself to give it a go, man, but the last playtest I took part in, I was not happy. Like, I wasted 3.5 hours trying to get from level 2 to level 3, and I was like, forget this. Every time I tried to find something to kill, somebody else was throwing spells. I was melee. I tried to make groups. I tried to do whatever. It was just a horrible experience. And I'm like, okay, I'm good. Well, I know Primus, one of the other Pantheon streamers, I think Primus was like 17 right now in Monsters and Memories. Wow. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, aren't they only like 4 days in? Like, there's no way somebody's 40 in 4 days, but if they get to continue their characters, I gotcha. Hey, Valdor, what's happening? I hear Pantheon just secured some funding. I'm happy. Yes, they did. Quite a lot of it, which is fantastic. It's amazing. I'm ecstatic. Hence the message at the top of the screen. Also happy it wasn't backed. Me too. I'm glad they specified that it wasn't like some big company moved in and took them over. They're still them, which is fantastic. The fact that these group of individuals believe in whatever vision they have planned, all I can say is thank you very much. I mean, talk about a fantastic Christmas gift. For VR. I mean, for me too, selfishly, technically. It just means I'm going to get a better game, probably a bigger game. So, there you go. We need to get back on, level a new character, still very new. Well, and that's debatable. I mean, yes, I'm ecstatic that they got their funding, but keep in mind, you know, if you guys, if any of you guys have been in the game in the past, like in the past 10 months, and you weren't digging it, or you felt like you didn't want to put enough time in a game that's still in development, you could come back, but I mean, I wouldn't feel obligated, because even though the game is improved as far as content, it's still what Pantheon is. So if you were to wait till launch, there's no harm, no foul there. But by all means, if you're looking to come back, come back. I would like to be able to play something else every now and then, but I can't seem to do that. I always find myself coming back to this game. It's the people I meet, It's the content we're running. It's the fact that all the people I group with, nobody's afraid to die 3, 4, 5 times. Everybody's in it to play and do their best. We don't have any whiners, no complainers, no sticks up the butts, no one death and I'm out because I'm like, dude. We don't have any of those types of players. I appreciate you streaming this. I can live vicariously through you. Well, there you go. That's something. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I'm probably not the best streamer out there, obviously, but I do what I can. I only have a certain amount of time, so I try to put most of it into playing the game itself. And that's just so you guys can see what the game's about, as opposed to just mindlessly logging in and soloing yard trash. Like this stuff we're fighting here, this isn't yard trash. This could be different. These Myrkins, they have an ability called cracking skulls, where they can pretty much destroy a person just with a headbutt. These geckos can destroy a person just with poison. That poison spit ability that it just used, no bueno. I also get to show off different tanks tonight. We have a Dire Lord in the group as well. As you can see here, Dire Lord's got aggro. For those who aren't familiar, so for those who might be relatively new to the game, the Warrior, the Dire Lord, and the Paladin operate differently when it comes to tanking. The Paladin requires a ground buff called Aegis. I forget what it's called. Aegis of something or something Aegis. It has to have that running on the ground, and then any of the abilities that the Paladin uses will generate threat or will amplify threat. A Dire Lord has to focus on a target. So a Dire Lord gets to manipulate what are called phantoms, which are fed with essence. So think of phantoms kind of like a tractor beam, but different levels. They start at level 1 and they go up to 10. You can see it right here, provoking phantoms. Once a Dire Lord gets their phantoms up to level 10, it's virtually impossible to take over threat. The thing is, the Paladin's threat can be used for AoE, multiple targets at a time. The Dire Lord and Warrior cannot. The Dire Lord stays focused on its target, and then once the target is dead or near dead, then it can switch off and pick a new target, but it has to start building the phantoms back up again. If a Dire Lord is tanking a mob, has their stacks of phantoms, and then switches off to another mob to try and pick up hate, they lose all the connection they had on the previous mob, meaning they would have to try and build it back up with the new mob, and then go back over to the old mob if the old mob wasn't dead by the time that whole transition happened. So with the Dire Lord, it becomes a juggling act on how to utilize your phantoms to the best of their ability. With the Paladin, the most important thing is keeping Wrath, which is the red bar you'll see here at the bottom of a Paladin's nameplate. Keeping your Wrath high, so above 65% all the time, will allow you to be able to put your Aegis down, generate all your threat, do whatever you can. The con side to that is, the Paladin Aegis is a guaranteed AoE damage. You can't do single target with Aegis on the ground. So if you have 2 or 3 or 4 mobs come in, and somebody's trying to CC them, and they're in range of the Paladin, and the Paladin puts Aegis down, it's going to break every single mez. Not good. So there are cons to the pros of each tank. The Warrior is interesting. The Warrior still needs a bit of help with their threat. They still don't generate enough threat compared to the Paladin or Dire Lord, which makes it very difficult for a Warrior to tank if they're grouped with a Paladin and or Dire Lord. Because what'll happen is, if the Warrior's going to, like for example, if I was the tank, and let's say Gronthar here was 5 levels lower, 4 levels lower. Let's say they weren't geared as well, so they would take more damage over time. They would automatically pull aggro by building their phantoms to a point. They would take aggro off of me, but the problem is they might get their face punched in, or they might tax their healer's mana. The Warrior uses snap threat. So we have a taunt that we pop, and it shoots us up to the top of the hate list, and then we have to connect with our abilities in order to maintain that threat. But the moment the phantoms gets built up to a certain point, our threat starts to drop, and then it plummets when the Dire Lord gets up to 10, which is their max level hate. Now, I could still taunt the mob off of a Dire Lord who has 10 stacks of phantoms, But the next combat round, he's just going to get it back again because he's still maintaining 10. Like, see, he's got 10 levels right now. I pop threat. There. I got aggro. Next combat round, goes back to Gronthar. See? We thought we had something going with the warrior about 4 months ago with some of the updates they gave to them. But whatever they did, they crippled the threat on the warrior, which is unfortunate. And I should know because, again, this is my 7th warrior and I've been playing this class for a long time. I don't think you can find any other player in the game that's played 7 versions of the same class. And if you can, I can probably count on one hand. Now, we have an enchanter pet out here now, right here, Rigabab, which is Karen's minion, these animated weapons. Similar to the enchanter in EQ, it's a, magically summoned creation. However, in EQ, the pet has the shield. In Pantheon, it's dual wielding. I don't think it shows a shield graphic, but I could be wrong. The issue with the enchanter pet, enchanters love it, but the issue with the enchanter pet is it has a lot of hit points and a possessed amount of threat. Gronthar can build his threat up to level 10 like I was talking earlier, where he'll pull aggro off of me and hold aggro, but an enchanter pet on a mob will rip the aggro from all the tanks. It's ridiculous. There are enchanters out there that can solo endgame group content. And they're the only class that can do it. Okay, I would say try and keep the Bone Hex mezzed. We'll take the Brute next. That way we don't get the fear. So, as far as tanks and their threat, I believe it still needs to be worked on. The Paladins and Dire Lords are really strong. The Warrior unfortunately falls behind. But the Warrior is also the trickiest class out of the 3 to learn. So if somebody who's new to the game or new to tanking and asked me my opinion about what tank they should look at, the Paladin would be my first suggestion. Then the Dire Lord would be second, and the Warrior would be third. However, if you live for a challenge like I do, start with the Warrior, see how you do. But the Warrior is definitely tricky. Also, my entire playthrough for Early Access is on YouTube. So going all the way back to December, when Early Access started, if you go to YouTube and search for @Krushnek, that's the @ sign and Krushnek, you'll find my channel. It's a very small channel, but if you click on the Live tab, you'll see over 300 VODs from my streams. My entire playthrough's there, so if you want to see all the different parts of the game, by all means, feel free to fall down those rabbit holes, because I've been everywhere. We have new content coming out in a week. I'll be there as well. That's what this guy's for. We also still haven't gone all the way through Blackrose Keep yet, which is up there. And the reason we haven't gone through that is because we had to take some time away from here, because we had a couple of players who had real life things happen that took them away from the game, and when they came back, they were levels lower than we were, and that was posing a problem. So we had to work with them. Scavenger's up. This is the named. This guy drops the priest pants. I think. Me 3. So this is the named goblin, or one of the named goblins that can spawn at any of the goblin camps. Yeah, he can spawn at any of the goblin camps in the area, or in the zone. Yeah, he dropped the pants. So, mysterious mossy pants, leather, 32 AC, druid shaman, 3 wisdom, 2 charisma, 3 nature, 1 spell power. If they're an upgrade to you, congrats. And sadly, that's the only thing he drops, as with a number of these names. Who? You still trying to pull my leg? Hey, that's 34. I'm all set for the Wild Bloods now. By the way, based on the wording for the update, we have some exploring to do to try and find quest lines. Who knows? But that's the first 2 places I'm going are the towns. We have our scrolls with us, right? Yeah, we do. Banners. That's the unfortunate thing, man. Everything 30 plus for the Warriors. Banners. There you go. Not as sexy, but just as viable. Okay, what did we get? We don't need Banner of Arms for this content. Ward is mitigation. I guess we could mess around with that. Nobody really casts anything here, though. Goblins, I guess. tell you, man, my fantasy life seems to be working out. Pantheon gets this new influx of funding, which is fantastic. It's like a record for them. And then I find out that the Dragonlance series that I wasn't going to get after I was going to get, I might actually get again. I see, speaking of fantasy, I think they also tapped Henry Cavill to do Witcher audiobooks. Save up to 15% on your car insurance, mount insurance. For sure, man. It all depends on how quick they bring people back in or get new people in. I mean, I'm sure they're not going to, quote-unquote, blow their load all at once, so they might not bring everybody in, you know, tomorrow or next week, but yeah, here's hoping. Yep. Yep. I'll be honest, I want more quests. There aren't enough quests around. Now, mind you, there's quite a few. I think somebody was saying there's like 300 quests or 200 and some odd quests. Keep in mind, a lot of them are in a couple of major quest lines. But as far as like NPCs and stuff, I'm hoping the Demeth rework that they talked about is more quests. Yep. Yeah, when you think about the foreman or whatever. Yep. Like all the NPCs that are standing around on random mountaintops, give them something. Yep. No worries, we're fine. Oh, I just took 136 damage from that headbutt. I won't get the hive call if somebody has an interrupt. Good catch. Mossback will run at 15%. So around 30, save any stuns, interrupts, snares, whatever. That's a good question. Let me filter. Life Leech, which is on the Blade of Carnage, is doing about 40 damage when it procs. Life Leech and my auto attack are doing typically 40 damage, I would say. So they're about the same. That's including mitigated values. Yeah. Yeah, that's the wrong banner. Well, Sir Pen, we've been hitting that thing for like 2 minutes and you pulled aggro. For science. Yeah, punish only triggers when I'm getting punched. So. And even still, I'm kind of not doing it properly because I'm using a shield that we really shouldn't be using. When they crippled block value on all the shields, made them garbage, they didn't touch the crafted shields. So the tier 3 crafted shield still has a block value of like 504 or something. Whereas like the Draconic Offering from the Enclave has like a 399 or something. So this one has a higher block value. I can get my block up to about 52%, and that's without food. So it's actually pretty solid. Like if I can get it that high when I'm fighting, Punish is up pretty much. Even on cooldown, Punish is is lighting up. But without it, like with the Consecrated Shield, the Map Quest Shield or whatever, or even the Brace of Claws, not so much. I don't know. I'd have to check with Bob's warrior. He's got the brace currently. I don't have a brace. I've never had a brace. Krushnek has never gotten a brace. When Krushnek was around to get the brace, Mad Run was closed to us. So we couldn't get in there. Well, our level 50 Chanter person that we typically grouped with for a long time has a warrior. With the Brace of Claws, they mentioned to me last week or the week before that it looked like it was a significant increase in damage over the Consecrated Shield, which is interesting because I thought they both triggered for about the same amount of damage, but the Brace of Claws goes for roughly 20% higher. And the interesting thing is that we only found out a few days ago, hit rating is being managed by Constitution currently. Not dexterity or whatever it was supposed to be, which is interesting, because Con is supposed to be resist value. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Nundo, what level do you got to be for Black Rose? Black Rose, you can come in here as low as, I think, 13. I think the mobs, the lumberjacks or what have you, are around 16, 17. I believe that this area is rated 15 to 40, if I'm not mistaken, or 15 to 35. So definitely 15. You won't be able to get down here where we are at 15. But you'll be able to do the lumberjacks in the beginning, the woodcutters camp. Just be careful of the named. He's an undercon. When you don't use phantoms to build aggro and you still use your combat arts, do you sacrifice a lot of DPS? Okay, I managed to pull one of the moss backs. There's a bone hex. Okay. That sword looks wild. The one I'm using is the Pantheon version of the Blade of Carnage. What did I say about phantoms? If you're fighting like alongside myself and you don't build phantoms, but you still use your typical combat arts, rotations, what have you, do you lose a lot of DPS? Like, is there a significant amount of DPS tied into the phantoms? Good job, people. That was going to be messy, but it wasn't. No, it literally just enhances the amount of threat the abilities cause. Okay. So, do phantoms only come from provoking phantom skill, or do you have other skills that generate phantoms as well? What I'm getting at is, if you don't use provoking phantoms, can you still face roll and keep your DPS as high as you normally would? The initial phantoms can only be applied by the phantom skill. My other skills increase the stacks. Okay, so if you don't use the phantoms, you can still face roll your skills and you're perfectly fine. That's okay, that's what I was looking for. Somebody was trying to tell me a while ago that if they stop generating phantoms, they can't DPS. And that wasn't making sense to me. Oh no. I'm alive. Merkin. F yeah. Okay, I'll get the Myrikin. Should have kept my mouth closed, chat. I congratulated the group on recovering from that disastrous whatever. And we just hit a disastrous whatever. Wah, wah, wah. I blame Crush too. I just opened my mouth and congratulated you guys on surviving that one mess, and then we automatically go into another mess. That's Pantheon, chat. Welcome to Pantheon. That's Pantheon. How you guys in chat doing? You guys doing all right? Anybody in Pantheon? Excuse me. Sure you'll be back in the Pantheon tomorrow and leaving WoW? Well, don't say that, man. You never know. You never know. You might get to a point where you stall out with this game, you know? You may have to fall back to WoW again. Or maybe you've stalled out on WoW. That could be. I'm still waiting for a character wipe here. I want them to have a completed continent and then say, do over. A lot of people be like, oh, I don't want a character wipe. I'm not going to play anymore. Okay, that's cool. See you at launch. Not sure that's going to happen until... well, there won't be a character wipe for 1.0. 1.0 will have its own servers. If they do anything at all, they'll leave this server up so that people can play around with their legacy tunes, but there won't be a quote-unquote character wipe for 1.0. I'm sure they'll spin up their whatever their server list is going to be. A character wipe should happen when they have everything they want to have for launch in the game. So let's say, for example, so initially they said they had 2 years. That was 2024. So 2 years later would be 2026. But let's say they end up going into 2027. Let's say they plan on launching March of 2027. If they have a completed first continent with all the dungeons, the quest lines, and everything by December of 2026, they should do a character wipe, because then we'll have those months to start fresh and play through their completed continent. People that want to keep playing their tune all the way up till launch, as far as I'm concerned, that's not fair for testing. That's a person playing the game like it's retail, and it's not. Out of the 1,000 people that are playing this game right now, none of us should think that, or none of us should be treating this game like a 1.0. Collecting all the gear, doing all this, that, and the other thing. Test the game. Worry about all that other nonsense when 1.0 comes out. That's why this game had 13,000 people in December, and now we have 1,000. Because 12,000 people realized this wasn't for them. Not the game, development. Testing the game by doing all the stuff and collecting it. At levels, sure. Taking 50s into level 30 content to collect all the stuff, that's not testing. That's steamrolling. That's why Krushnek's sitting on a bench right now. I don't have any interest in steamrolling any content. I don't want to take a level 30 through level 10 content. I don't want to take a 50 through level 30. So we got Crush right now at 34, just into 34. That'll be perfect for Upper Black Rose Keep and the Wild Bloods. So I'm good. And we're not twinked. All the gear we have is what we should have at this level, which is fantastic. I mean, most of our gear is actually from under our level. To the right they do. The bone hex there on the left does. The one that's walking away from us right now. We can just wait for everybody to get here. Your shaman's in some pretty terrible gear. I think the main twink item that I have on a tune is the staff on my enchanter. I forget where it's from. It's not super awesome, but it's got 27 damage on it. And for a level 13 or 14 enchanter, that's a bit too high. It could be. Somebody had given it to me. They were going to delete it or get rid of it, and they saw that I had a wooden club, I think, on the enchanter. So they offered it to me. And I'm not really focused on the enchanter, so I don't care what happens with the enchanter. But my warriors have never been twinked out, quote unquote. I'd like to see what they do with the crafting. I mean, truth be told, they need to give us enough time without the general suppliers. So they need to remove the general suppliers. They need to force us to make all the sub-combines. and then see how that goes. Are you at the crystalline coat? Dude. The rework they did on that crystalline coat is fantastic. Like all the new stats they added. Ugh, I got something in my eye. You won the Glacial War Axe? Fantastic. When the Dwarven... Oh, when Dwarf's Chain didn't show up? Yeah. Excuse me. I don't think so. Someone's trying to get me killed. Wouldn't be the first time I've been killed by otherworldly sources. I think 8 months ago, Joppa got spawned a mob on me, or the group I was in. I didn't find out for a few months, and then a bunch of viewers had come in one time, and apparently he had talked about it on stream. Which makes sense, because we were down fighting the ghosts in Halnir's. We were at the what was called the safe room, and we were pulling from the stairs, and while we were medding, everything was dead, but out of the blue, something came up through the floor and killed us. couldn't figure out what it was. And that's what it was. It was a spawned mob. It was funny. It was disappointing because we had to do a restart. But yeah, that's what I was told anyways by quite a few people. You wonder if they're going to do a wipe? I'm not sure. I hope they do at some point. But again, like I said, when they get everything in place and they look at the continent and they say, okay, we're good, that's when I want the wipe to happen. We need to do a restart from 0 to see how a playthrough goes. As far as I'm concerned, that's a full stop, end of story, period. We need to have a redo when we have 100% of what they want for launch. They're going to do it soon because the population's too small. Possibly. I mean, they may not get many people back until launch. And even then, they might not get everybody back when the game launches. I may have just mistargeted the wrong mob. Makes a lot of great sense, for sure. I mean, realistically, we would only need a few months. I believe the average player would see the most of the content on this continent within 4 months. So again, if they plan on launching later next year and they have a continent like towards the first quarter of next year, they should do a wipe and give us months to get back up there again. Make groups, run through content, make new friends, see what the gear is. Try and find the quests. But definitely they need to put more quests in. I hope that's coming. I don't want them to keep putting in one piece of content and then a 15-step quest line that goes through it. That's all fine and dandy, but that doesn't give you incentive to go around and, get the rewards. The quest lines they put in the game so far, you didn't really get anything worthwhile. Like the Smoldering Trenches and Enclave, it was fantastic because you learned a lot of lore. There's a lot of stuff to read and learn as you go through that quest line. But the end result was just a key to get you into the raid zone. Or multi-group zone. Hey, Counter. The new investment they just announced sounds very promising. For sure. As far as I can tell, it's the largest amount of money they've ever gotten. So, I'm ecstatic. Hence the message at the top of the screen. Oh, I miss buffs. I miss buffs. Hockey game is over. Who was playing? You're a Hurricanes fan? They just shut out the Rangers? Oh, wow. Three nothing. Was it a good game? Was there a lot of action in front of the nets? Did they do like a shots on goal? Were they in the 30s? Just caught the last period? Gotcha. I haven't followed hockey in a while. 32 to 25. Yeah, okay. Solid game. Yeah, when shots on net are somewhere in the 30s, it's a pretty good game. We all good? Anybody AFK? No worries. Got to keep your motor running, man. We got all that new money. We're going to have a bigger game than we thought we were going to have. I think that was last I saw. I got food in the smoker, cooked dinner, ate with fam, cleaned up, just caught the end. Gotcha. Excuse me. I think the moth might have just aggroed the walker. Nope, turned on the Myrekin. Myrekin might have headbutted. Oh, that was close. Almost dead twice. You kidding? I almost died twice there. Problem is, when that happens, all my hate falls off. Can't wait to see what Joppa says about it tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He should have a big smile. He won't go into specifics, but he'll say, "Chat, you've probably seen in the news recently." He'll play EQ guesser, and the last map will be 7X's. Wasn't he in Arc Raiders on Monday? I think he was playing Arc Raiders Monday. That'll be interesting if he opens his stream playing Arc Raiders. He can't do that. He's got to open with Pantheon. He's got to. Or maybe he'll open it, talk about Pantheon, and then jump into Arc Raiders. Okay. You tell those dots to leave you alone. Holy smokes, what do you got? 5 hit points left? Why don't you know, maybe you should stay up here and maybe I should pull. He's gonna have to go straight to just chatting. Oh, well, that's not good, because I got incoming. Feel free to mez it. Oh, dots are on it. Never mind. We're in it to win it now. How did he wind up over there? Oh, hang on, though. The goblin... Okay, nobody use AoEs. From here? No, hang on now, hang on. I don't think so. I think we have to run... I think we're all dead. Pan will come back and go, what happened? Show off. I don't know how the brute got behind the palisade when he wasn't even low health to run. I think so. Yeah, I think a blood wretch pulled him. That was unfortunate. Goblins don't like the Myrkins, so the goblins aggroed the Myrkin. We had done damage to the Myrkin. That transferred to the goblins for aggro, and that's what happened. Oh, I lost my level. We're 33. He's gonna have to just talk Pantheon. Yeah, exactly. That's it, exactly. He's gotta go chat, chat, chat. And then go into it. He might not be allowed to say too much, too, don't forget. I mean, he might acknowledge what's already out in the news, that they got their funding, but he might not mention anything else. I'm sure people will ask, who's coming back? How many people are coming back? Are they coming back right away? Are you waiting till the new year? Are you going to have more content? Are you still going to focus on the 100% first continent and just spread it across a wider audience of developers? I'm sure all the questions will be asked, and he'll probably answer none of them. That's my guess. My guess is he won't answer any of them. You won't know exactly how much they got. You won't know exactly how many people are coming back. You won't know when they're coming back. You won't know who's going to get to do what. You won't know what's going to change. All you're going to see, and all you're going to know, is what's on the roadmap. You can hold me to it. And I'm sure there'll be viewers on his stream tomorrow, and they'll be like, blah, 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 you should be able to get the game out by the end of this year now. You should have the whole team back with all this money you made. We should have 3 continents and 50 dungeons and 400 whatever. Like, guys, grow up. Smarten up. Okay. Look at the lighting, man. I love the lighting in this game. I've said that 1,000 times. The lighting and the music is just phenomenal. I want to see him excited about it too. Like, genuinely. I know he's not one. If you followed Pantheon for a long time and you used to watch the podcast they used to hold, used to be, I think it was Savanya and then Ronik and then Joppa. They would come up and talk. I mean, he wasn't the most personable. I'm a people person, and I knew he didn't come off as the most personable. Whether or not that was by design, whether or not they were under a lot of stress, who knows? But I would like for him to be ecstatic for a lot of his stream tomorrow. They should be happy. For a group of people to put a few $1 million together to help with this game. I mean, we were still going to get a continent fully fleshed out. We were still going to get it. They didn't just get like $50,000 or $20,000 or $100,000. They got like X times that. So it's fantastic. Yeah, we just had a miserable pull there. We had a goblin aggro a Myrkin and yank him into the camp, and then all the goblins were like, "Party!" and we died. I actually kind of like that. There's no other game I can think of where the mobs will faction each other to the point where they will influence the fight. So the fact that mobs can yoink other mobs and whatnot, or fear other mobs. Yes, it will. I don't know if I'll be able to go back into the Barrow Dark. Dark Trader faction, I think, will be negative. For killing in the woodcutter people's places. The highwaymen, or the... What are they called? No. Where the cave where the dude with the skinning knife drops. Trappers, that's it, yeah. People used to talk, like, what if you could build Positive Faction with the Black Rose and then go into Black Rose Keep and get quests from the people in there? I don't think they should do that because everything in there is pullable. So you go ahead and build your faction and go in there and you never get the opportunity to talk to the NPCs when you need to. That's on you. That's going to leave a sour taste in your mouth. So, yeah. I don't think that should happen. You should go into zones and, kill stuff. Leave the quests for random NPCs out in the world, items you might find, towns, outposts. Right. I mean, I don't think Avalia's going to like me when they turn faction on. And I don't think Thronefast is going to like me when they do something with Thronefast. Maybe that's what they'll do when they bring people in. Maybe they'll get somebody working on Thronefast. True, but then the question is, how many kills do you need to get how many points to tip the scale? Like, I just want to say this just for the VOD in case anybody sees this. If anybody happens to tune into this stream this evening and you were one of the individuals that was part of the new funding to this game, thank you. Just saying. Thank you. We all thank you. Maybe not all of us. Most of us thank you. Free dinger. Okie dokie. Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Nobody LFG, nobody LFM. Most people are grouped. The others are too high. Oh, there's a few 40 pluses. Yeah, they're going to be inside. Well, chat. The group is done, it looks like. I don't know what to do. At this time, I do have to go to Demeth real quick. Get to take our leggings for a spin. I always forget to put them on when I'm running. Okay, man. Have a good night. All right, have a good night. They gotta open up that village down there too. We gotta figure out what's going on there. They gotta add a quest line or something. Hey, Vec, what's going on? That's the Black Rose Keep armor. That's the leaf to match my shoulder pads, or my pauldrons. Those are the legs. Does he have any other pieces? Nope. I wonder if we can break this down yet. 47. Nope. Maybe. This is armor blacksmithing? Yeah, we don't want to do that. We didn't take alchemy. Am I broke now? Gave all gave all my money to VR. I wish, man. I wish I had the money to give them. I feel like for the amount of times that I've mentioned if I ever won the lottery, I would definitely help these guys out big time. I feel like that's what just happened. Just in a different way. So, I'm going to take a little bit of credit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. About that much. I'm genuinely ecstatic for them though. I'm so excited that they have a what could only be described as a buttload of money for the project. I saw that. I saw your post. Thank you for keeping me in mind when you posted that to me. That's all our strength stuff. We don't need that. Okay, so we don't really have anything to swap out. We have a bunch of stuff we're waiting to break down, but I think we need to have a skill level of 60. We have all these sharpening stones for weaponsmithing. I don't know why I chose weapon and armor smithing on this guy. Let me switch over to Krushnek for a minute. 15 stream streak, Vec. What are you doing? You feeling okay? Take your temperature? I was saying to my group earlier, I think I might have said it on stream too. As you know, I've been doing the voice work, audiobook narration type stuff. I hadn't looked in on it in the past few months. I think the last recording I did was in August. I couldn't really find a project that I wanted to get for book number 10, at least not as of yet. But I went in and decided to look at some of the marketing with the books through the audiobook publishing, like through Audible and what have you. And I noticed that the book that I recorded in August has 23 reviews. And for performance, all 23 reviews are 5 stars out of 5. I didn't know. I found out this evening, just before stream. I thought that was pretty cool. People seem to enjoy that book. Now I'm kind of intrigued. Now I feel like I gotta fall further down the rabbit hole and find another book or two to do. What did I say? Krushnek, right? I want to look at crafting. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I was feeling pretty good about that one. Okay, and you have weaponsmithing and alchemy? Yeah, weaponsmithing and alchemy. I'd like to try those on a rogue, but there's no way I'm going to get a rogue to level 37. We need to get down into Halnirs. I need to get Glimwort. I've been saying that for the past 2 months now. We really need Glimwort. We can't make any of the tier 3 armor without Glimwort. Is there anybody out there wearing this helm yet? Not that I see here. I can't stand looking at Krushnek, man. I need wrists and legs that match this armor. VR, man. You got all this money now? You get your team a little bigger? Can we please get a complete set that looks like the chest and shoulders out of Enclave, please? Including the helmet? Can we make that helmet look like the rest of the armor? I feel like if you follow enough of the lore and the wording, that helmet should be part of that armor set. It does say Helm of the Dragon Knight. This armor looks like we fought a dragon. Can we do that? Is that possible? Please? Because I'm starting to look like an EQ bard. I wonder if I gotta run back through the world and try and find the next update for this. Okay, Beck, have a good night, man. Man, I still need to get another Spear of the Endless Frost. I don't see anybody with this helmet. I may still be the only person. I'm sure I'm not. People probably just aren't playing their tune anymore. If we go... Let me go to the Raven Company for a minute. Oh, this isn't the building. We killed Teldadris 8 times a week since the first week's kill, and you've only gotten 2? Yeah, it's very, very, very difficult drop. That's what I wanted. Now, these don't have the finished recipes, right? These only have the sub-combines. Yeah, they only have the sub-combines. Shoot. Excuse me. Those are bases. You still need the finished recipe. This guy still does nothing. Nope. It would be nice to discover a new quest. Well, okay, I wanted to see if I could do something on Krushnek, and we cannot. Yeah, I'm going to try my best to tune in to drop a stream tomorrow just to see what he has to say. Or if he says anything, really, about the funding. He's got to be excited. He has to be excited. I don't think I've ever seen him excited, but he's got to be excited. Lancelot does armor smithing and alchemy. Necro does, I think, food and alchemy. I don't think the monk does anything. True for most monks in your groups. We could dabble with the monk. I think we can go fight the orcs, right? I think the orcs are 19 or 18. How do I have Spirit of the Wolf? Did I log out with it and then I came in with it? I must have. I forget how to play this guy. Whoops. I'm supposed to pop something to use that fist, right? Oh wait, I think it's this. No, wait, what is it? I don't remember. Oh wait, no, it's on a block, right? Yeah, now I use this. There we go. This is our heal, right? What are these guys over here doing? Oh, they're too high. Okay. Oh, you're yellow. Alright, let's see what happens. Not bad. Now we gotta be careful because the rune dudes are the ones to watch for. Hey, it worked. I think we've been fine. I just wanted to see if it would work. Another monk? Speaking of rune casters, we want to try that guy, but I want to make sure I'm full health. These guys hurt. I think these are the worst guys up here. Alright, here we go. Let's see how much damage this guy does to us. Not so much. Maybe I was wrong. I could have swore they were the worst ones. Those of you in chat that have played this game and have gotten a character, say, to at least level 30, what's your favorite class? Or what class have you enjoyed the most? That guy's yellow. Let's see how well. Let's see if we can split. Nope, that didn't work. That didn't work. That worked. They're both yellow. How's this work? Supposed to stand up and then shoot, and then he comes by himself? I think. I'm gonna die. We did it, though. Yeah, we're still gonna die. That sucks. Come on, come on, come on, connect, connect. Holy smoke, monks are fantastic. Wow, I can't believe we just did that. Hey, Neostone, what's happening? So exciting for the new yeah, definitely exciting, man. People want this game to happen. That's the most important thing. People want this game to happen. Oh, that's cool, man. If you make it back, you make it back. I mean, keep in mind, we're still in development. Not necessarily to say that, the game might still be up your alley. There's a lot of people that aren't playing currently because it's in development. We'll see how it shapes up going into 2026 anyhow. The next couple of updates should be pretty good. Except for the whole mount thing. We already know how I feel about mounts. How do I feel about them taking out the chevrons? I'm kind of torn. Truth be told, I'm torn. The reason why I'm torn... Hang on a second, Here we go. I'm torn because I like how it is now that it gates content. Meaning you can't go in solo, you can't go in duo, you'll struggle trio, that sort of thing, to try and get somewheres. Especially if you try and race the respawns. That I like. I like the fact that to make distance in a dungeon, you need to have a solid group. You need to have 5 people, 6 people. You need to have a tank, heals, CC, DPS, what have you. To remove the chevrons to be replaced with like let's say a 6-level color scale con system, like gray, white, green, blue, yellow, orange, red. I don't know, because what's going to happen is it's going to make the game a bit more challenging for anybody who solos, duos, or trios, because the fights are going to carry on longer than normal. But what it'll also do is your trash mobs are down here right now, right? But the chevron mobs are up here. It's very tough to beat a chevron mob. Oh, it's virtually impossible at your level to beat a chevron mob by yourself. Any class. I think only enchanters are doing it right now at the end game, and that's just because their pet is ridiculous. With that said, I'm going to have to... What happened to those orcs? Did somebody kill them? Somebody must have run by and killed them. I'm going to have to see the change first, and then crawl a dungeon. Whether it's Black Rose, whether it's Halnirs, whether it's Hangor. I'm going to have to crawl something to see how it plays out. I still think, I know they're saying the pulls are going to be more challenging because everything's going to take longer to kill. But as far as the curve of accessibility, I might have a problem with that because I think groups are going to be able to move too fast through the content. But again, I'm only guessing. I have to see what happens before I do it. I am kind of torn. But again, I have to see I have to see it in action to know for certain. I have to see it in action. I don't want to make any point-blank statement without doing the research. I don't know if I'm going to like it. Thankfully, I have a whole lot of people I can call on if I need to crawl something. So that's really good. The fact that I've made as many friends as I have in this game is phenomenal. But it allows me to crawl just about anything. I could log on any tune, send some tells, and probably have a group up and running with different people for all the different dungeons. Well, see, even then, like, if you put the odd contested spawn that's chevroned and you put it out in the field, so you're running through Mad Run. Let's say you're running across the front of Mad Run. You're on your way to the lake for whatever reason. Say you want to go kill the orcs here, but you run a little too close to Mad Run, and the Night Fiend, or whatever he's called, comes running down and aggroes you. Well, that Night Fiend should definitely stay chevron, and that Night Fiend, or whatever it's called, should definitely be scary as crap. Like you should feel like, oh, I'm dead. And I feel like when they get away from the chevron system, you're not going to have that feeling. It's going to be, oh Lord, how long is it going to take to kill this thing? But again, without seeing it, I won't know. It worked great in EverQuest 2. I don't know how it's going to work here. But see, EverQuest 2 was interesting because they created group encounters. They didn't have summoned mobs necessarily, but you would go to pull something and it would bring friends that were automatically linked to it. So all of a sudden your single pull became a triple without you paying attention, and now you've got to try and deal with it. That was pretty fun. EverQuest 2 still has some of the most enjoyable dungeons I've ever run. And that's over a very long, I mean, remember, I've played everything. But EverQuest 2, the dungeons were just fantastic. I almost had a thought to reinstall EverQuest 2 this afternoon, but I don't think I'm going to. I had some friends reach out to me, and they've been having fun back in EQ2. And I thought maybe I might jump back and forth, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't think. DAOC is your favorite? Oh, well, yeah, but I kind of lean DAOC more towards PvP. I don't count it towards like PvE dungeon crawls. Like working with a group to clear content, kill bosses, get loot is fine. But running in to kill a bunch of stuff only to have a group of players show up behind you and, ruin your day, that not so much. God, where was I? Was I in Midgard? I don't remember. I got ganked so many times. I'd be out trying to harvest, ganked. I'd be out trying to kill stuff to level, ganked. Dude, DAOC was crazy. DAOC, Lineage, Aeon, or Ion, however you want to pronounce it. I had hopes that I was going to take to the PvP in Guild Wars 2, but that turned into a slog. Like, you got level 50, you did all the jumping puzzles, you had nothing else to do, so you stood in that one zone and waited for the other faction to make a first move. It was boring. I wasn't a fan. I think the most fun in recent years I've had in PvP was Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls Online was fantastic. That's a game I miss too. All right, let's try and split these guys. What are we dealing with? Yellow, yellow. Oh, he's gonna come solo anyways. Oh no, they're both investigating. All right, I'm gonna risk death, chat. Oh, there's a third. Wait, one, two, yeah, there's a third. I'm so glad that worked. Those runecasters would have nuked the crap out of me. That's what you get for sneaking up on me. Guild Wars 2 PvP is boring. Yeah, I feel like it's drawn out quite a bit. I would start to enjoy it, and then like 15 minutes later, I'd be like, oh man, nobody's stepping forward. I can't step. It was very standoffish. The most fun I had in PvP ever was in Ion, or Aeon, however you want to pronounce it. I don't know if you guys ever heard that. I'll say this real quick. For those who don't know, Ion, I'm going to call it Ion. Ion, AION, you can look this up. Ion was a PvP-based game. I believe it came over from overseas a very long time ago. I ended up in the game as a tank. Now, there are two factions in the game. There are the Ilios and there are the Asmodeans. The Asmodeans had black wings and the Ilios had white wings. The interesting thing about Ion was the first game to introduce 360-degree exploration. So when you were in your home area, you were pretty much on the ground doing stuff. But when you got to the point where you could go into what's called the Abyss, which was a giant region of nether space in the middle of the game, you you flew everywhere. It was up down combat, left right, or whatever. You could fly anywhere. It was amazing. And I ended up getting a clan invite or a guild invite. They were called clans back then. But I got into a clan called Team Korea or TK, Team Kill. I thought this is interesting, very ironic with the name. I didn't realize Team Korea was actually full of Koreans. I was the only non-Korean in this clan. I'm not kidding. I got invited to the clan because I would group up with these guys over a period of a week, week and a half, and as a tank, we would do all the hidden puzzles. So for those who don't know, Ion had these puzzles in the game that would lead to world bosses, but you'd have to know exactly where to go. You didn't see anything. You could be 100 feet up in the air and you don't see anything beneath you, but you have to memorize the tiles you can step on as you climb up and around. Like, I'm telling you, it was fall off and die type nonsense. But on the weekends, Friday evenings, this was one of the first games to advertise 1,000 players against each other, 500 by 500. One of the first games ever to advertise numbers that high, and you wouldn't think that was possible. So on the weekends, we would jump in as the Ilios. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I should explain how the Abyss is laid out. So the Abyss has a series of islands. The islands are all spread out, different heights, different distances, different sizes, etc. On all the islands, there were structures like outposts, villages, fortresses, castles, watchtowers. As one of the two factions, you would fly around all the different islands and engage in PvE. You would fight these epic raid-type bosses to try and capture the castle or the outpost. Depending on what you captured or what you controlled, influenced the bonuses that your faction may have gotten against the other faction. So it'd be the other faction's job to come into the Abyss and try and take back what you've taken and so on and so forth. So one of the greatest moments I think I've had on the internet, period, when it came to gaming. It was the first big... We were going into the fortress. The fortress is the largest structure in the middle of the Abyss. And the main dude, I think, was the general or the commander. And this was an epic dude, okay? Just to give you an idea, all right? You guys might be familiar with EQ and their 72-player raids. Imagine a mob that takes 15 minutes to kill with 300 players, okay? Okay? So we would go into the Abyss. This would be like a Friday night, Saturday. We managed to take, I don't remember if the map was laid out with small islands in the northeast, small islands in the southwest, fortress in the middle. But we had just taken control of the bottom half of the Abyss, and it was going fantastic. And Team Korea was so systematic, like arguably the greatest guild I've been in a PvP setting. And we go into this fortress late Friday night, and I didn't quite know the plan because only 2 other individuals in the clan spoke broken English. Everything else was Korean, like all symbols and everything. I had no idea what was being said, but I didn't care because we all seemed to jive. Like I knew where they wanted me to go and so on and so forth. So we fly into the middle of the Abyss and we go into the fortress and we start clearing. And it takes a while because there's probably 20, 30 mobs to kill in there, and they're all raid-based targets that require a whole lot of people to kill. Fast forward, we get the main fortress cleared out. We give the call to our faction. There's a faction chat. So the Ilios had their own faction chat, the Asmodeans had their own faction chat. So, and this was cool because our faction went to all the zones that were ours. It went to all the players that were Ilios. never the Asmodeans. Now, that didn't stop people from rolling Asmodeans and positioning themselves in the Asmodean channel so that they could see what was going on with the Asmodeans. That stuff happened later on. But I remember Team Korea gave the call to go in and engage the commander, and I was the tank. So I fly in, best in slot, everything's. I got all the gear from all the hidden world bosses. I go into the fortress, I engage the commander, we start fighting. I am loving it. I'm cold sweating. I'm shaking. Like I am in it. I am 1000% me and the commander, and nobody else exists. And you go to scroll out and turn your camera around, and unfortunately at the time, the internet wasn't what it is today. So when you turn around, you get the EQ effect. Whereas you turn around, you might see a bunch of choppiness, jankiness, players might disconnect, etc. It was pretty amazing in Ion how nobody got disconnected for the most part. But here's the thing. You go from picture perfect smooth combat, smooth animations, and all of a sudden, 5 minutes in, hang on. 5 minutes in, it starts to stutter. And then 7 or 8 minutes in, it starts to stutter again. And then 10, 12 minutes in, you really can't see anything. You can hear that you're hitting and getting hit and deflecting and so on and so forth and using your ability. You can hear it. But to see it smoothly was virtually impossible because it wasn't just you. It was you and hundreds of players facing this one target. When we went to engage this one target, Team Korea had asked for everybody on the Ilios side to watch the front entrance and to stop any Asmodeans that might try to come in. I kid you not. This has got to be the greatest moment in gaming history. We've got the commander. I want to say he's down to about 12%, 15%. And we're going at it. The call goes out to the Asmodeans, and we didn't know. And the entire Asmodean faction comes into the abyss at the same time. Well, we've already got lag and performance issues from fighting the commander with hundreds of other players in this big structure. We didn't notice they were there. Then all of a sudden, out of the blue, we saw enemy text. We couldn't make it out, but we saw enemy text come up in the zone. And the call went out that the Asmodeans had shown up. 1,000 people. 1,000. I turned my camera around for a split second to look out the front door. And this enormous black blob of whatever just came into the front entrance. And it was like the full 500 players. I wish I was exaggerating. And they just flooded the chamber. And it was just a lag fest and fighting. And there were 1,000 players in there beating the crap out of each other. Dude. Anyways, I didn't die. And we ended up killing the commander and taking over the middle chamber. But that fight with both factions went on for what had to have been 2 hours. And then, of course, it gradually fades off because people don't regroup fast enough or what have you. But, man, like, dudes, moments like that I wish I had recorded so I could show you guys. Because it was just... it was just phenomenal. Ion 2 is coming out, but terrified about the pay-to-win these days. Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen a whole lot in Ion 2, and I've had players or viewers keep me up to date with it because they know how much I enjoyed playing it when I did. But yeah, microtransactions kind of ruin stuff. I can get by without doing microtransactions. If it takes 10 times as long to play a game to get the gear or what have you that you would get with MTX, I'm okay with that. I'll do it because I enjoy playing the game. I don't want to what's it called? I don't want to twink myself through a legit playthrough. I never want to do that. Other people will, which is unfortunate, which is kind of why I tend to stay away from PvP-based games that have microtransactions because you don't really know who you're going to like. It's just personal preference. But yeah, anyhow, just watching all 1,000 players go at it. I'm pretty certain. Hang on a second. We'll stay in game, but let me see real quick. Just give me 1 second here. We'll see if we can get in here. Okay. Just to give you guys an idea. If you guys have never seen this game, you guys have no idea what PvP is. What just happened to my browser? Ah, there we go. You guys are sitting there thinking I'm exaggerating. Let me welcome you to Ion. All this white, these are individual players. There are hundreds and hundreds of players in that mess right now for one faction. This is the Abyss, by the way. It's one of the first games to do 360. Here's combat. You can see there's an Asmo. I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor. Off to the right there, you can see white wings. I can't believe people are still playing this. This is dated 2 years ago. You can see up here, above the camera, it says they were entering the castle gate. There. So this is them trying to break down the door. You can see up at the top of the screen, the Balar Castle Gate. This is the castle gate. That's 500 players, chat. Right there. That might even be more than 500. You've never seen as many people in an online game as you have Ion. Not a single one. Not DAOC, not Lineage, none of the other PvP games. Ion had the largest active population at the exact same time in one zone. And they did it really well. Now see, person's typing fly equals more damage. There's a lot of people that are on the ground right now, and they should be flying, because flying unlocks all your abilities to be used. Now, I don't think this is going to be an actual war. Because of this video being dated 2 years ago, that's a long time after the game has been out. So this is probably just a bunch of people who are on the one faction, and you may not see the other faction at all during this. Tell me that's not insane. This was 20 years ago. 15 years ago. I think DSL and cable were relatively new at the time, I think. How could you even see what was going on? You couldn't. You had to focus. It's like I was saying, when it was me and the commander and nobody else, I was zoomed in and focused right on wherever I was on the commander. There, they just broke in. They're going to go into the opening chamber. There's some mobs off to the right and left. They're skipping them. They're going to go down into the belly. They might actually go to the commander. Now think about this. Think about how many people you're seeing in the zone, and look at how smooth this person is flying around. Nobody had the fidelity this game had when it came to it. I don't know how they did it. I don't know what technology they used, but this game was pretty much flawless for moving with all these players. So this is the main chamber. And they're going down to the Gate Guardian Stone. That's going to get them into the commander, I believe. So now they got to beat the door down. That gets them into the next area. It's like the inner sanctum. They skipped a lot of the trash. Well, you could see as he was flying down, you could see all the Balar that were all over the place. Like this place is massive for hundreds of people to fly around. Again, you can see the gate up at the top. You can see how beefed up it is versus the number of players you're seeing in front of you. That's that's a lot of people. Oh man. Okay, did they get in? No, not yet. He turned his camera around. I thought they broke through, but I see there's still hit points on the gate. I would have gotten rid of all the name tags or I couldn't play. A lot of people couldn't play, man. A lot of people lagged out. Not everybody had, the best PC to use for this game, let alone the best PC at its time. This was a time when PCs were pretty much mortgages. So there you go. There's Lil Saruk, or Ul Saruk, whoever that is. That's a Balor boss. I don't think that's the main commander. Now again, look at his health and how it's hardly moving. And this was on purpose. These were designed to keep you for a long period of time, so it gave the other faction time to show up or mobilize. Oh, there's some Twitch people in here. I can see a guild called Wide People Happy. I think that's a Twitch emote. I see the guild Mean Girls. Ni hao. Ni hao. But this is what it was. There was really no moving around, no dodging per se. The bosses would have attacks that you would want to be either below, above, or to the side of. And you could tell up here at the top. Where's my mouse cursor? Right there. These 5 dots, this indicated, this was like the marquee, so this indicated that it was an epic mob. If you were fighting trash mobs, there might be 1 dot here, maybe 2. Group mobs would be 3 and 4. So if you look, the command was just given to go to the boss room. So they're calling everybody who was, what game is what? This was a game called Ion, or Aeon, A-I-O-N. I was just having a conversation about arguably one of the greatest moments I've ever experienced in the internet, and it was raiding in this game because it was PvP, and there's 500 people fighting here. 500, and this is just one side. The other side hasn't even shown up. The other side could hold 500 as well. So in the abyss here, you could have 1,000 people playing at once. It's insane. These are all people. There's hundreds of people here. This is the only game, as far as I know, in the history of gaming to do this at this scale. EQ tried back in the day. Back when the Sleeper was killed for the first time, I think they had 3 guilds and over 300 players. This isn't that. This is 3 times that. This game was insane. And if you notice, it's 1 tank. If you notice at the top there, Skinzag has been the tank. So imagine they're fighting this. 500 people are fighting this guy while 1 person is pretty much holding aggro. God, this was fun, man. You were always scared or paranoid that the opposing faction was going to come behind you, race down into here, and it was just going to be. Okay, hang on. So that was the abyss right there. He checked the map. 902, right there. So this is the abyss. The abyss never changed. The control did. So you can see the green would be Ilios, the red would be Asmodean. So Asmodean owns most of what's here. So you can see there's an outside force, and then an inside force. This is where everybody is on the inside force. And you would take these outposts as control. These little markers here, these were like, I wouldn't say villages, more like watchtowers, I guess you could say. And then as you took more and more of these, you gained more positive faction throughout the abyss. So mobs that you would kill would actually talk to you, and so on and so forth. Those deaths could be from the other faction. I'm trying to find white wings in this mess. These are the Asmodeans, so they're black winged. The Ilios were white winged. The Ilios would be the force that would come in to try and break these guys up. Okay, so right here, this person says Ilios cap. So that means they must have just capped an outpost outside, which means the Ilios are on their way in. So those deaths that popped up here might not be in this room. Those deaths that popped up here might be outside. Still trying to see the opposing faction. that was so wild. Those are the days, man. And again, keep in mind, there's a bunch of Korean nonsense coming up in clan chat, faction chat, and I have no idea what they're saying, but I knew what I was supposed to do. The fact that I was the only English-speaking person in that guild was hilarious and amazing at the same time. And no, I didn't learn Korean from being in the clan. So, Skinzag just lost aggro to a DPS. Loon's a DPS, so Skinzag will probably get it back in a moment. Unless Skinzag went down. That's a healer that just got aggro. That's another healer that got aggro. Tank must have died. Do we see it there? Homelander. Someone's named Homelander. Okay, so clearly this was done when the boys was out. Someone's named Homelander. Okay. I think they got this. Why does that look Ilios? That's clearly Asmodean. That looks like Ilios. Oh, no, 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 okay. No, there's black on the outside there. I was like, they're attacking. And no, you can't work together. Friendly fire is on all the time. So they're saying boss only. So that means the Ilios did come in to attack. They're telling everybody to focus on the boss before the Ilios start killing them. There. So they just claimed the center fortress. Now, once you take out the commander, see the call was given for PvP right here. So now they're turning on the Ilios. Once you killed the commander in here, I believe that guaranteed that you held it for, was it 24 hours? I think you were guaranteed. Oh, you can see down here in the mini map down here, you can see Asmodeans and Ilios. So they're engaged on each other. I forgot about the mini map. He's got, like, no health left. Oh, that might have been stamina. So yeah, so they're all flying out now to engage the Ilios. This is where all the fun takes place. Because again, like I said, the combat was 360. You didn't have to be on level with a person. They could be up above you, they could be down below you. You just had to be good. You had to pay attention to who you were around. You had to pay attention to if you were near healers. You had to pay attention as a healer if you were around tanks or DPS. Imagine trying to follow all of that with hundreds and hundreds of players in the area. I miss this game. I could never get back into it, but I miss this game. This was a lot of fun. We're still here working on orcs. What time is it? Oh, it's 12:15. You know what? Who's this skirmisher? Let's kill this skirmisher. All right, chat, we're going to call it there for this evening. The monk is crazy. The fact that I was able to beat those guys with hardly taking any damage, being yellow, that's nuts. We should be live tomorrow, as always. My sinuses are bugging me. Anyhow, those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you enjoyed your time here. Let's all be happy that Visionary Realms got that new wave of funding. Hopefully they get a lot more people in. Hopefully we get a lot more game. Don't forget to tune in to Drop a Stream tomorrow, too, if you're around. Who knows what he's going to be going on about? We have no idea. He could be excited. He might not tell us anything. I don't know. You know, it's not his thing, right? He's the creative director. He's not the person, I don't think, that greases hands. So, we'll see what's going on. Anyhow, we'll be back tomorrow evening. Probably more Pantheon. If not, we'll figure out something to do. Maybe we'll sit here and chat, reminisce. Regardless, you guys have a good night or a good day. We'll see you on the next stream. Take care.